Now, I don't know how long I'm going to be going today. Might be able to go for like normal length or something. And so, Um, so many things have happened. I've completely forgotten where we were with any of this. So let's do a little review because I completely forgot. So Fermium booted integration. It updates the predefined distribution on config change. We have that, and then for each aspect distribution, we check to see if it exists. From what we load from the config. And then we register the focus distribution, and then we get all the predefined distributions and register them as well. Okay. What is this that has just popped up? I do not care. Why you not work? Okay, there we go. So that's that. I need those tooltip stuff now, right? Because this works. This maps aspects to damage distributions. The damage is caused by the focus effect. We get the damage distribution. Right, and so I need to have a way to get this. I don't think the source or the target is used here. It's not. This should be like get combined damage distribution. And this should be something like that. And then it's basically just this. Because now I can use this if I have a collection of aspects elsewhere, which I will. And the Thaumcraft focus tracker, that just does that. I have a separate thing, it's the mixin, where I mix it into the focus engine. Array.stream, get focus effects, get aspect, not null, to set, yeah, okay. So, if I want to have like a tooltip thing, I need to be able to extract the aspects of like the focus from this. I can get the focus, and then this probably implements something which I can use. That's what I'm thinking. Not this one. I need this one. It basically just does something like this. And this extends an item distribution formatter. And it implements imod compat tooltip formatter. Parameterized with item stack. Okay, so I need to make sure, okay, I need to check to see if it's applicable. It'll be applicable if if it's an instance of iCaster or iCast something or other. What is the focus item extend? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Thaumcraft. How's the coding going? It's going. I'm hoping that I can maybe, hopefully, fix or like finish the Thaumcraft stuff before any of this nonsense takes my brain out for a walk forever. Something like that. Items. Where are your freaking... Oh, where is it? Where's your foci? Yeah, this. Oh, cool. Nice class, bro. Um, Commons item caster. Item caster, this thing implements iCaster. That's that. But the item focus, what is this? This just extends item TC base. Well, I guess I'd be looking for it to extend item focus, which I suppose is fair. That's the focus color. Set package, get package, focus stack. It's static. That's interesting. But it gives me a focus package. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all that really matters. So, you know. So I can get the focus effects and then I can map it to aspect and stuff. So that's fine. If I have that. Okay. So this item needs to be instance of item focus. If we got any of those, then we're applicable. Thaumcraft gonna craft you an aneurysm? Yeah, basically. But I mean, we already know that I can get it to work. I have the focus distribution, everything working. It's just about getting the tooltips, which is just fancy nonsense. I want the type here to be return tooltip order dot projectile. And then what happens if I return like nothing here? Because this is an optional. And if we do that, no. What is format? Okay. Where do you get the thing? Format capability 4. This.captractor. Flat map. If it's present, then do that. That's only if it's present. But it'll still add this, right? Hmm. We might be able to do something a little interesting here. Yeah, so this can return null if we don't have a package. Okay, that's good. If we don't have a package, then we can do that. And then if we get a package and it has no focus effects, then we can also return null. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. We don't need to do this for the actual distribution because if you cast a spell, it doesn't have that. We analyze the focus package, and we set the focus package. So like we analyze focus package here, and we stream it, and it's nothing, right? And then this just puts nothing. This would just be an empty set, and then you get this, and this returns an empty collection, and then that empty collection on here eventually just returns optional.empty, which, you know, is fine. But the damage would not be caused by a focus effect in that instance, typically, but it's fine. Then it just doesn't count as anything, and it works. It works. So here, though, you want to check to see if it has... No, this is an item stack. If it's a thing of iCaster, then I need to get the focus stack right here. I'm reviewing. All right, no worries. Oh no, I can't do that. That's right, that's annoying. Get focus stack. Yeah, and then we pass in the stack. And now it's either an item focus, or it's... Well, when we enter here, it's either a focus or it's a caster thing. And either way, we get the focus stack. And has focus effects T. Has to be an instance of caster or an instance of item focus. That has to be true, and it has to have focus effects. If it doesn't have focus effects, we're not even going to bother. Return item focus. No, item I can do it static. Dot get package. Focus. Dot, then this is a focus package. Get focus effects. Now we iterate over the nodes. If it's a focus effect, we add it. It's a focus package, we get the focus effects of the sub package. If it's a split, we get the split packages, and we get the focus effects of the split packages. And if for some reason there's no focus effects, then this returns nothing. This is an instance of iCaster. Then I'm going to return iCaster stack.get item. Might as well just do this. Item dot get focus stack on stack. There's going to be item focus dot get package. Get focus stack. Otherwise, it's just going to be the stack. Now, this has to be an optional item distribution. Yep. At this point, once again, we know that it is applicable because it applies to this, right? So we can now get the focus package. Thaumcraft focus distribution dot get combined damage distribution for aspects, and I need to provide a collection of aspects, and I can do that by doing get package on the stack dot get focus effects. Is immutable list on a collection? Implements list. Is list on a collection? List is a collection. Oh, it's focus effects. It's focus effects. We do a raids.stream. And now we map it to focus effect get aspect. And then we collect, I guess. Just like that. So then what ends up happening is we'll have that. I need we always want to show that so that it shows up in the tooltips. What else you do? I mean, you are singleton. It's probably something I want to do. And what were you set to? So this is going to be set to Thaumcraft dot focus distribution, I believe. Yeah, Thaumcraft dot focus distribution. And then this extends the same thing, right? Item damage distribution icon aggregator. Focus distribution item formatter. Get dist. I guess I could also just make it. I could also just make it wherever it is. I could just make it package. And this is also singleton. Focus distribution icon aggregator. And this is icon aggregator as well. It doesn't make sense to, because I was thinking like we're having to do this like every single time, and that's kind of eh. I thought maybe it could make more sense if there was a capability for these items that would update like that. But then we would have to know when it's reasonable to update. I don't know if it's necessary. I guess we'll have to test. Because if, I don't know, because I am attaching capabilities to these things now, and while I don't think they can stack normally, it's like, is it necessary? Because this is a not updating damage distribution. This is a damage distribution, but what they have is not a damage distribution. Right? So in the instance where it's a damage distribution, then this makes sense. But none of these, well, I mean, they are kind of damage distributions, but not really. They're different kinds of distributions. Which means this is what it would get if it did get damage distribution, which means that's what would show up on the damage distribution. Which means if you hit something with the focus, it would do that damage. Which, yeah, I guess that's not really what we want. Okay, so if that's no good, then we have to stick with this. Okay, so this is not bad. And then here, what did we do? We did the same thing where we, yeah, we checked the side, and then we did that, we cast it, and then we did this. I also need the damage distribution. Focus, item, damage distribution, formatter. I'm pretty sure this extends item damage distribution formatter. Item distribution formatter. There we go. I'm pretty sure this is also mod compat tooltip formatter on the item stack. Oh no, this extends abstract mod compat tooltip formatter wrapper. Wow, that's a mouthful. Abstract mod compat tooltip formatter wrapper. Which means we don't need this. Tooltip formatter and icon aggregator. The tooltip formatter is going to be the item distribution formatter. This is going to be item distribution icon aggregator. Right? That's what we want here. And then we check if it's applicable there, and then, yeah. So we don't need this. We just return focus distribution item formatter dot get instance dot applicable. Focus distribution item formatter dot get instance. Focus. There's another thing. Focus item damage distribution formatter dot get instance dot for each tooltip distributor register mod compat. Yeah, it's in pre-init, so that's fine. So in init, we'll register the formatters. And then in post init, we'll register the distributions. And then we're good, right? Do I have a Milanote describing the exact things I need to do here? That'd be nice to have. I had the focus engine mix in, I have the aspect distributions. Okay, and then we test it. We make sure that all works. And then we need to do wiki stuff. Now there is something relating to research, right? So can I register? What is this? Multiple icons are given, they will be cycled through at 1 second intervals. Oh, I see. Category / tab you wish to add this research to. Oh my gosh, dude, what the heck have I just unlocked? Parent research needs to be completed to open up this research. Adding an @ followed by a number will allow the research to open up at that stage of the parent's progress instead of fully completed. Prefixing an entry with tilde will prevent lines from being drawn between them in GUI. Research entries that will get unlocked with this one if it is completed, except same prefixes as parents above. X and Y location of the research icon in GUI. An item the player will receive as a reward for completing this research. Knowledge the player will receive as a reward for completing this research. Description of this stage. A list of recipes to display on page. The name must have an entry in the Thaumcraft recipe catalog. You can also create an OR dictionary entry using OR dict namespace, for example, OR dict stick. Required craft, you can create an OR dict. Required knowledge. Follow similar logic to parent research. You specify things that are not full-blown research entries in their own right. In that case, question mark will be shown instead of their icon, and you have to add localization in the format of research.research.unit.text. If you want a proper name to be shown, some other icons are also possible. Starting the research with M underscore will show a map, F underscore a flask, and C underscore a chest. You will specify a custom text will be used for research entry, C research you need with custom texture entry. Wow. Okay, so what is this? Category basics, location there, siblings, knowledge types, got dream, round spiky, research first steps. So if this is... I could try and make a JSON of this. And then in the API, I register a resource location. Does this get done in here? Okay, then when do you... Right, that doesn't have anything. Not quite. Hmm. Registers potions, biomes, sounds. Okay, that's not useful. Where is this? Wait, it's higher up, right? Yeah, common internals. Can you tell me where this is used? Parcel research. Research manager. You register research location, but it's all capitalized. Wait, why is it all capitalized? Uh-huh. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Zero clue. I would like to add just a small section that sets that up. So what is this? That's the resource location aspect list formula. I don't know what this is for. Okay, one ridiculous thing at a time, probably. Probably. It might not be necessary. I might be kind of going overkill. Let's just do that. Okay, so I can verify, one thing I want to do is verify that with or without Fermium Booter, my mixins load correctly. One way I can do that is getting killed and having the death message show up. And also checking to see if the text is rendered with the right colors and stuff. Where is this? Here we are. Okie doke. Here, don't need that. Replace with this. And now, run it. I have no idea what the point of any of this is. So that's that. This is fine. No one cares. CurseForge trying to tell me to like install things, and it's like, no, dude, I don't care. You don't know what I'm doing. You don't even know what I'm up to. Okay, find Thaumcraft. Yes, Thaumcraft found. Fermium Booter also found. Fermium Booter not found. I might have Fermium Booter disabled. That's fine. It's a bunch of other stuff. Registering all this stuff. Everything is going fine. Yeah, see, I got that. Okay. That's fair. Dang it, I spelt something wrong? Well, okay, that's good. It should not have registered anything else. Yeah, it doesn't look like it registered anything else. It doesn't get to that far. It doesn't get to that far. Does that even make sense? It doesn't get that far. Which is correct. So it should say that something failed to load. Yes, Thaumcraft failed to load. Yeah, okay. That's exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Yeah, I need Fermium Booter. I have Fermium Booter here. I guess I just had it. Yeah, I just had it disabled. So now we do it again. I guess I probably should have. I should have tested then that the mixins worked fine because I had Fermium Booter disabled. Ah. Oh well, whatever. I'll just. Actually, I'll test some stuff. I'll turn off Fermium Booter. I will launch it again because I done goofed. I done goofed. You have no idea how much I want this to be over with. Like, it's great. We're adding a whole bunch of integration and stuff, but man, am I so am I so done with this. I'm so ready for this to just be done, and then I don't have to do any of this anymore. Well, at least for a while. You're back with Baba? May I inquire what the hell? No, dude, what the heck? What broke? Null pointer exception. Client has focus effects. Why are you like this? Why is it the what the Oh, because what if you have a gauntlet but it doesn't have any focus in it? Lagasp. Oh my gosh, dude. That's crazy. right? Because I just do this, but what if it's null? Get package. What if the focus stack is null because there's nothing there? Wait. Bless you, bro. Are you well? On line 59. Oh, get package. This is for has focus effects. Does this return null if there's nothing? Oh yeah, it can return null if the stack is null. Right. So I don't need to care about any of that. I just need to do I can't one-line this, whatever. Get package for the stack if it's null. Dang it, I can't use the word package. Pack. If pack is not null, then return pack.get focus effects.length greater than 0. Otherwise, return false. Not reach run, dude. Oh my gosh. What a journey. What a journey. You know what else is a crazy journey? Where is this? Look at this. 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 Where is it? Fuck, I don't remember where it is. That's somewhere here. Oh yeah, dude, look at this. That's how you spell psychic. And since that copied it into the config, I now have to open the config. Like, I need to update the default values, but then I have to open the actual config, scroll all the way down. Like, all the way down, I think. Yeah, close all the way down. And then I have to go to here, a Versio, and switch the Y and the C. I am so glad I have that config, hey, spelt something wrong thing in there. That's useful. Okay, so now that we have that, the descent continues. Oh wait, no, the descent doesn't quite continue yet. What I'm gonna do is while that's building, I'm gonna turn this off, launch it again, so that I can verify that the mixins work without Fermium Booter, and that my strategy of loading everything is in fact valid. I think it should be. And if it isn't, you know, I will find God knows what. I will dig a hole outside and live there. You know? It says dragged on, right? And I'm ready for this update to be done, and for it to go out there, and for there to not be any other, hey, it doesn't work with this, that, or the other thing. Just get it there, and be done with it. All right, let's see. Do we have? Let me look through this. One thing I have tried doing, but it doesn't work, is that I thought it'd be interesting if I could get the console output to show up on stream, but like it doesn't want to do it. So I don't know. I don't know. So it should say that like it finds Thaumcraft, and then we get that, right? And that is precisely what we want to do, right? That's correct. So this time we go to title, we go in game, and I want to verify two things. A, does the text show up with color? B, if I get killed, do I get the custom death message? If both those things are good, I can very reasonably assume that the mixin's loaded correctly and properly, and that everything's good. And then I can turn Fermion Booter back on and test these other things. Right, so that had that, but let's check okay, so the colors work, right? We have fire and force and all that other stuff. That's working correctly. Okay, so now I'm going to get a chest. I'm going to put my stuff in the chest over here. I'm going to make sure I have nothing else on. I do not. Okay, so now you're gonna hit me. I was slain. I was slain. I think it's in core, right? Use custom death messages. Yeah, okay, it's set to true. I think it's for I think it's because it killed me with piercing damage. Let's quickly see that. Built-in damage type, piercing. Are you well? It says I was slain. It still says I was slain. Interesting. So the damage is piercing and poison. And then get last calculation. Once calculation is finished no longer than that many ticks ago, this is used if any effects should apply as a result of damage calculation were applied after the calculation was popped from the stack. That's interesting. This doesn't like now you're just bludgeoning damage, so you should just that's the message you should spit out, right? But interestingly enough, this says acid damage, right? Yeah, it is acid. Okay, just this should say I don't know what this should say. It should say something, but it's taking forever, dude. Painfully dissolved by acid. That is not the death message. That is not the correct death message. Interesting. It's not finding the thing. calc.getType.flatMap. Get death message for type. This right, so it should show up, but it's not, because it's mod config core use damage types. And I go here. Mod config core use. Wait. Yeah, use custom death messages. This. And that's set to true. Okay. So, in that case, I need to debug that. That's not working. Is there another mixin I can check here? Adding attribute modifier via mixin. I can test that. Okay. Speen. Why is there XP over here? Oh yeah, because I died here. Actually, I don't know. You dumb idiot. Adding attribute modifier mix. Okay, so the mixins, they're there. Goodbye, idiot. The mixins are there. They work. Without Fermion Booter, which is important. But the question is, dude, he's still speen. That's crazy. The question is, why did death messages not show up? Cool. I love having extra mysteries. It's my favorite. Okay, so the mixins work. It's now, why don't or like the mix can still work, which is good. Now the question is, why don't you? So there's two things here. If I put this here, then if I see this in the console, then that means we got the last calculation within the corresponding tick delta, but somehow there was no type to get. Which doesn't make sense. So what I'm thinking is happening here is that this is not going off. If ticks existed minus last calc time, when is this set? Like never. Like never, bruh. I think I found why it doesn't work. Because I don't use this anywhere, and this is private, right? Of course it's private, so it can only be set in this file, and it's not set anywhere. Genius. Genius! Now the question is, when do I... if I do push new damage calculation... I think I should do it here. I think I should do it here. This dot last calc time equals this dot get fighter dot ticks existed. We timestamp when we push the damage calculation, because all of this damage calculation is ideally happening like within the same tick. So yeah, I think I fixed the problem. I think the problem was I was I don't think I need this. So now we go here, we re-enable Fermium for the last time, probably, hopefully, I don't know, something like that. We build it, right? Alright, hide. And then we do that. And then while that's happening, I look at the dumb launcher thing. What is this? What do these things even do? Do I even want? The launcher is lagging, dude. What the heck? What the hell is this? I don't even know. I don't even know. The launcher has like skills that you can unlock now. I'm not even joking. I thought it was an April Fool's joke. It's still a thing. And it actually distracted me. I forgot that it finished building. Whoops. I have why is this a thing, dude? I don't even know. Whatever. Okay. Now find fermium, find everything. You find all the stuff? Oh, not yet. We're not actually at the initialization stage. Oh, now we are. Okay, deconstruct, tetra, conarm, bauble, Spartan weaponry, Wayla, EV wizardry, craft tweaker, fermium booter, yay, Thaumcraft, content tweaker, Lycanite mobs, first aid, the between lands, quality tools, tech guns. Alright, that's everything. All the types registered, all the distributions registered, tracker registered, everything loading. Thaumcraft configurations doesn't take that long. Honestly, the registries take the longest to load, which is fascinating. But the actual configurations don't. Why do the registries take so long to load? I don't know. Whatever. Like, it takes 9 times longer to load the registries than it takes to load all the stuff from the config. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. All the config doing is all loading the config is doing is setting it up so that it can actually like in queue all the information into the config. It's not actually reading the config at that point. It's reading the config sometime later, which is I don't know. It'd be cool to timestamp or benchmark that so that I know how long it takes. A whole bunch of other stuff, additional like random nonsense errors. Registering creature types, blah 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 diddy blah blah. A whole bunch of other nonsensical stuff. Registering the distributions. What do you mean these aspects don't exist? Oh no, some aspects don't exist. Which ones, bro? Which ones? Did I must have spelt some of them wrong or something. Where are my focus effects? Yeah, to get the focus effects. Get focus effects. They have an aspect that's in focus node. Focus node has an aspect. Get aspect. Okay, aspect. This, scroll all the way down to this long list. Cognito. Oh, did I write? I'm so. It's not cognito, it's cognitio. That's so dumb. And what was the other one? Pracantatio. Where is that? Pracantatio. Oh, I did an E instead of an R. Okay. Well. Okay. Let me fix this. So it's cognitio with an I. I hate Thaumcraft lingo. And it's precantatio, not prarcantatio. Precantatio? I just got that right. You know what? Copy this. Paste in here. I ain't messing around. Where's precantatio? There you are. Okay, I'm pretty sure I had it right. All right. So now I have to go into the config again, which is lovely. Let me just do that. Scroll all the way down to here. Okay. So it's cognitio and it's precantatio. There you go. I mean, does it matter that much? Probably not. I don't think those aspects do any damage, at least in base Thaumcraft. But in case they do damage in other things or whatever, I don't know. I don't know how the system works. I just know it does. It just does stuff, dude. I desperately want this to work so that I can just be done. And I can write some wiki stuff or whatever. Good for you. So in this chest. Oh wait, first off, verify that take me out, buddy. Take me out. If you kill yourself, I'm pissed. Dang it. I still didn't get a death message. Why not? Spell distribution says bludgeoning damage. Why does it say bludgeoning damage? Is this because I didn't... Go, take him out. Where are you going? Oh, it says bludgeoning. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. Because it's air-based. No, don't hit me! Right, this should be bludgeoning. Oh my lord. Okay, so now, let's make another focus here. I don't know which crystals I need, so I'm just gonna have them all. We're just gonna have them all. And we will just get we'll just get a blank advanced focus, bring it here. Do a projectile. Let's flux. We'll make it fire, and then we'll make it like flux. I don't have the fucking crystals, bro. Alright, and then I have the other crystal. Right? No, no. Dang it, where are you? No, that's that. This is Vitium. I have Vitium. Okay, and I have Motus, right? I have Motus. Okay. Do thing. Okay, and I think I just have to wait or something? Maybe? I don't know. Something. I don't remember how this works. You have anything interesting to tell me? Okay. I don't think I put that in a thing, right? Nope, that's tech guns. What's the key for this? Oh my gosh. Change caster focus. Plus. Plus. Oh, look at that, dude! It did it. And it says unknown because it's part psychic, but that's fine. What was that noise? What did you say? You well? Oh no, go up. Be this. Wait, can I hold this and then press control? And oh my gosh, dude, look at that. You can actually see the thing here. That's pretty cool. That's a bet. I think I need to have a mob here. No, spell it right. Cave spider, dude. Cave spider. What the heck? Source fireball. What damage did you just take, dude? Do I not have enough? How much viz is it per cast? Do I not have enough? Projectile, speed 1, options none, split target, fire flux. Oh, wait. I think I think I did this wrong. I think I did it wrong. Because that splits the target, which doesn't make much sense. Is there a Thaumcraft command that can just give me a whole bunch of stuff? Okay, yeah. Nope, that's not helpful. How do I get viz, dude? Because I need to have some clearly. Oh, it's there. It's in the thing. Okay, it says that they take that, but then it says fire. That is incorrect. But I believe it is doing fire damage, because if it wasn't doing fire damage... Yeah, it's doing fire damage. If it wasn't doing fire damage, it would, if it was doing poison and piercing, the thing would have resistance. Okay, I need a spawn egg for something that, like you're actually, mob resistance is ineffective. Don't think that's the right thing. It's the wrong text. You are pretty good. Because you should take no damage, because you have fire immunity. Why? Why, dude? Why do I also not have any thing? Do I have to be here? Get him. Yeah, so you're doing fire and bludgeoning damage. Well, it's doing fire damage. Now, there is a source here that... I thought it said source was fireball or something. I mean, the silverfish have a fire weakness, but they do piercing damage, so... This should do... Dude, hit it. Hit it. Did you adapt to it? 100% to the fire. Okay, so... That still killed you? Source fireball. Okay, there's a couple other things that clearly aren't right. Like it's not using this distribution. And it's still not giving me the death messages, which is also weird. And I don't know why. So this which different focus things do we have here? Focus effect is in API casters. API casters. Okay, so it's focus effect, focus engine, focus medium. Let's open a type hierarchy for this. Right, so the projectile entity focus projectile. And then I imagine this is where this is what happens. It has a focus projectile. On impact. Right, the focus engine just runs the package. Okay. Oh, I need the entity focus projectile. Is this the thing that's called fireball? Why is there a no touchy boolean? Whatever, I don't even know. Something's weird here. This dot no touchy. What is what is that? That's a Boolean, obviously. Target first particle. Back.get caster. What is this? And then this is what's doing the damage to it. Attack. Oh. You're the cause for this. Entity hit. Fireball. Okay, so then what about the other one? Focus effect air. What do you do? Damage source causes thrown damage. And the thrown damage is thrown. Yeah, okay. But the fire, because of course it has to be different, is fireball. It still has this part, but this means that my Thaumcraft focus distribution is not fully correct, because to determine if it's caused by focus effect, I check to see if it's thrown. I need to check if it's... most times. Now, what if someone implements a separate focus effect that does damage in a different way? Do I care? I mean, maybe. It's too wizard pilled every time you say fireball. I think it's a withered die, motherfuckers. Cause see, this causes indirect magic damage. I'm so... Indirect magic damage, which means it's, wow, indirect magic. It could be thrown, it could be indirect magic. It could also be not this fireball damage, just a different thing that's fireball. Oh my gosh, dude. What about you? Your indirect magic damage. I have to look at all of them. Items, casters, foci. Okay, focus effect break, do you do damage to anything? I don't see you doing damage to anything. Okay. We did curse. It's indirect magic. I need to go here. I need to have a set. Direct source is actually the target taking damage, and the indirect source is a caster. There's also thrown damage most times, but if it's not thrown damage, should I even have a check for this damage type? Because if I don't do that, then I have to know like what caused the damage. Like, sure, I have this tracker that runs when a focus package is run. I definitely want this part. But this damage type, it's gonna be thrown, or it's gonna be indirect magic, or it's gonna be fireball, because apparently that's a thing. Which means, do I even want to have this check? If I don't have this check, I need a way to kind of ensure that this is only happening. I think what I can do is this casted aspects dot remove all for the UUID. The additional remove all call here is fine, it's whatever, it's just to make sure that's empty. So what I want to do with this is now I go into a mix-in from my focus engine, and I mix in into the tail. Do I mix in into the tail? Is there any return? No, because it's void. You know what? Then I think what I can do here... Hold on, this might be a little cooked. Just take this. And we're going to... We're going to do Thaumcraft focus tracker dot get instance dot remove tracked aspects for the... Oh wait, this is used. Okay, yeah. For the focus package dot get caster UUID. And then this needs an inject. Actually, it's the same thing here. The only difference is this is at tail. And now what happens is at the end of the focus package, we remove the tracked aspects, which means there won't be any tracked aspects, which means instead of checking this, we can instead check if the Thaumcraft focus tracker .get instance .has tracked aspects for the this has to go here. We check if the target equals the immediate source, and we check if the true source is an entity living base, and we also check if the Yeelp source.get true source. We check to see if they have tracked aspects. If they have tracked aspects, I don't need this nonsense anymore. I don't need to care what damage source it is. I just need to care, excuse me. I just need to care that the true source is an entity living base, that the target equals the immediate source, and that we have tracked aspects. Because again, we're doing that all in the one tick. We might not even need this check here. However, just for safety reasons, I'll leave that there. So if they have tracked aspects, then we should be able to determine that the damage was caused by a focus effect. And that doesn't matter what type of damage source it is. And then that should fix everything, because before it wasn't actually checking if the damage distribution was right. It was just doing fire damage because Fireball happened to be set as fire damage, and yeah, but now it should be good, I think. And then get rid of this stuff. You. Get last calculation. Open the implementation of this. Ticks existed. So we timestamped the ticks existed, right? Because we push a new calculation. We timestamp it. And then, since we've timestamped it, when we go into here to get the death message, and we go and get the last calculation with the tick delta of 50, this should either be equal to or less than that. So this value is strictly positive, because last calc time is just ticks existed, and ticks existed just increments. And if this is 50, and ticks existed minus last calc time, if it's less than or equal to that, then it should do that. Or did we get the current calculation? That's what I want to know. When is the death message retrieved? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. On attack, on hurt, on damage, on entity tick. Yeah, that's just to check if there's a current calculation still on the stack. I wonder if we should get the current calculation, not the last calculation. Because the current calculation, what if this is fired before thing? You know? You ever think of that one? When are you fired, buddy? On death, on death. Now, where is on death fired? Attack entity from. So, aha! Handle status update. I don't care about that. On attack entity from, right? So this is like it does on living attack, and then somewhere it should do, yeah, it does damage entity, right? And damage entity does on living hurt, on living damage, right? Oh, but wait. On living damage is when we... Jesus, why is this so complicated? We mark the calculation as completed. Now, if we mark the calculation as completed, it just says it's completed. Oh, okay, cool. And clean up after calculation. Clean up after calculation. It sets the last calc to the calc if it was completed, which we have marked it as completed, and we pop it off the calculation stack. Damaged entity is fired up here. And then it goes in here. And then it checks. It does the on death then, which on death does an on living death event. Interesting. This is for entity living base on death. I need you on death. Get combat tracker.get death message. That's when it does it. And then we have to get the death message. This is not... Yeah, it's not that. And then we get death message. And then I inject into here before all of this nonsense and put my thing here. This is true, so this is false, so it doesn't enter here. So then we're here. We get the combat tracker, which exists. Yeah. What if it doesn't exist? When would it not exist? No, it should still exist. It should still exist at this point. And then if present, we get the last calculation. And then if present, we get the type and we flat map it. Get death message for type. And then if that's present, we set the return value, which is an iText component, to that. So this part seems fine. It's either this is empty or this is empty. Okay, if it's present, we'll put a thing here. You know what? No, what are you doing? Get my optional. Hello, welcome. Set it to this, right? Boom. Get that. Do that. Don't need any of this. Do that. Import that. That's good. Then, damn, we've been crashed. No. We're not crashing. We're caching. Tracker dot is present. Empty string, otherwise not. Right, and then I can just do tracker dot if present. What are you bitching about? Yeah. Okay, so then this get type flat map, do that, right? And then I do okay. We do that. Oops. So if the combat tracker is present and this doesn't happen, then that means we're not getting the last calculation. If the combat tracker is not present, then that means that this isn't working. And if the combat tracker is present and this is working and it still doesn't work, I don't know, I'm gonna drown my sorrows in something. Thank you for your hydrate. You know what would be messed up? Okay, never mind. I just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, if the messages don't fire, then something completely borked has happened. If the messages do fire, then it's based off, you know, what we end up getting as a result. We're like on the cusp. I just gotta fix this death message thing, and I just have to make sure that the Thaumcraft thing works. And then we're done, right? Then we're done. Then I can move on with my life. Come on, just do the thing where you work, please. I would be very happy if I got some useful information from this. Come on, you can do it. I believe in the you that believes in me, that believes that this will work. The Thaumcraft thing will just work. We don't need to worry about that. Like that'll just go off without a hitch. And then the death message, I'll get useful information about it, and everything's gonna be fine. And I'm not going to bash my head against the wall. Basically. Okay, so step number 1 is hit you. Hit you. It's still set to piercing. Wait, why? Selected predefined distribution is built-in fire? No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be built-in fire. It should be... You went into one of these blocks. I hate you. Come on, take me out, buddy. Take me out. Why are you... Oh, because I have chestplate on. It still says I was slain. Well, actually, wait. We knew that I was supposed to say that. Now... Oh my gosh, dude. It says that the combat tracker is present and that it found the last calculation. What? So we're... Okay. So, couple things. A, is a bunch of bullshit. B, is a bunch of bullshit. So, two things are happening here. One, we're getting to here. But somewhere along the line, and I suspect this might be the where. What if this type isn't set? You've gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. I don't set the type. Now I've really found the problem. So we probably want to do it on hurt, right? So this is where we have the current calculation. Calc.set damage to that, and then is this that's an amount. CT.get incoming damage.map. I need to now set a random thing. Do I have? Oh, I should totally have a thing that can do this for me. No, not there. I could have sworn I would have had set equals set difference, set union sum. Nope. How did I do it in the other thing? Hold on. I need to go back in time. Source main here. Are you in util? Where are you? Yeah, you're in util lib damage calculation into combat calculations. Okay, so here and get weighted random representative type. Okay, do I have a get weighted random representative? I do. Look at that! I knew I had a thing. Okay, but like this isn't called anywhere, obviously, right? Handle hurt stage. Oh, what? Wait, but I just checked. I just checked. Set type. Open call hierarchy. It says it's not called anywhere. So what the fuck is this? If it's not empty, wait, what the heck? So then this is not, and then we can flat map. So this should be set. So then this doesn't make any sense either. Unless this, open the implementation for this. So then, what? Death tagger message, death message. It does that, and then it returns sting, and then message should not be null, which means the type is the type is null. That's the only thing that makes sense. Unless this is if present info set return value, that should cancel it. This should, yeah, it cancels it. And then it sets a return value. And that means it should go back and it shouldn't do all this other stuff on getting the death message. But clearly it does. Because we probably return, well, we're returning death dot something something. Are there other death message things? Hmm. No, because that is fired when we need to get the death message. And then that's the death message that is fired for all of that. So we get the last calculation. If calc.getType.flatMap damage types.getDeathMessage for type, pass in the type, calc.getContext dot, no, not dot get source dot get true source, and then this dot get fighter dot is present. You know what? Just do this and then set this to if present. Now you're complaining because it's a text component. So dot map. No, don't want that. Get formatted text, that's what we want. And if present, just debug it out, which obviously it's not gonna do. It has to not have the type. If it has the type, then I don't understand, dude. I literally don't understand. Oh, and there's that there's this thing with the fire. Where is it? Built-in fire. That's what it's calling on. It's calling on built-in fire. Why are you selecting built-in fire? That's what I want to know. Because this is last. Which checks if it's fire damage, which it is. But the Thaumcraft thing, this thing, but the aspects shouldn't be empty. It shouldn't be empty. It shouldn't. All right, what does the focus engine put there? Oh, sorry, what does the focus package put there? It puts the caster's unique ID. Well, I have been able to actually get it to be caused by like the spell bat thing worked. So the spell bat thing worked, then that means that it worked. I mean, sure, I had it check for thrown damage, but I still used this to get the aspects. So unless it happened to return bludgeoning, but I don't think it did. Where's my Thaumcraft focus tracker? Here we are. Uh, oh, I think I know what I want to do here. I want to do debuglib.do_debug, and that's a runnable. And then this runnable is going to do stream.builder. This needs to be a builder. Stream.builder. This needs to be parameterized? Yeah, okay. Builder dot add or accept, whatever, it's fine. Aspect dot it should be aspect.getTag, right? Yeah, aspect.getTag. And then put this here, and then put builder.build. Add space can be true. The sep can be a comma, and we debug it. Can I get the size of the builder? Probably not, right? I think it's just like a consumer or something. Yeah, it's just a consumer. It'll reduce it to just an empty string. Okay, I should be able to verify. You gotta get going. No worries. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate. You have a good day. I should be able to verify the aspects used. Okay. I mean, that's useful, but then, like, why is this not working? The only thing I could think of is if the aspects is empty. Which I guess we'll figure that out. If the aspects is empty, then, you know, whatever. We'll deal with it. If the aspects are not empty, then I also don't know. The aspects shouldn't be empty. And I should be able to verify the death message thing at the same time. All right, everything should hopefully work here. Okay, so what are you telling me, buddy? You're saying it's built in Fire. Interesting. It changes it to being just ignis. So in the focus engine mixin, I guess actually in track aspects. At this point, it's only checking that, so I don't want to remove the aspects because I do that at the end. We can do that. Okay, so that definitely helps. We're still not getting the right distribution, though. That's the thing. Unless Vitium is fire. I'm pretty sure Vitium's not fire. Fairly confident with that one. Yeah, Vitium's 4-second necrotic. Yeah. Which is exactly why this has the distribution of 50% fire, 20% force, 50% necrotic, 15%. It says unknown, but it's psychic. I don't know where that dude went. And you do piercing damage. Take you out. Come on. Do it. Okay, now what does it say for this? The type isn't there. The type isn't there. Why is it not there? Theory now. m.values.stream.reduce sum. So we add up all the damage and we multiply it by a float, like a random value. And then we get an iterator. entry set.stream.iterator. This should... Get the display name of the type. But that means, like, it's not... Like, it's one thing... It's one thing if the type exists, but we're still getting a different thing, but the type's not there, which means it's not set. Wait a second. No, wait, yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't know. We set the type. Dude, I don't know, man. Classify, do show cows, do this. Where is the death message even delivered? Right there. Because I'm still using mixins. I guess, question is a couple things. It's not getting the damage type for the death message, and I don't know why. B, I wonder if that's a first aid thing. Because if that's a first aid thing, if that's a first aid thing, then that's completely different. So that's fair. I should probably check that without first aid. But now the question is, why is this not working? Hello, Lord of Grund. How are you doing today? Do I want to check? Okay, so have the aspects doing okay? How am I? It is a slow spiral to insanity. That's what it is. That's what we're doing. Sounds good. Yeah, basically. Why is it still fire damage, though? Hold on. Can I ask you a question about Java? Sure, ask away. Okay, that says that. You say the aspects are... that, right, but it's not, it doesn't... What if the target is not the immediate source? Look, gasp. No, it does. Source fireball. Yeah, no, that lines up. Harum. So what's your Java question? I have a string interface. How do I make it so I can use it in a class that has that interface implemented? Well, so let me actually hold on, since I don't need this anymore. I think I have an example of exactly what you're talking about here. So, let's say, where's the best place for this? Here, probably. So this is an interface, right? And this interface has a whole bunch of strings. Do you mean it's something like this? Because if you have strings declared in an interface, they are automatically public, static, and final. I add the final keyword here because I do. You really don't need to. I have a string array, but yeah. Okay, so it's something. Well, I don't have any string arrays here, but actually, I do have string arrays somewhere. Where is it? Oh, it's literally right here. It's a string array, right? And this is also an interface as well. Now, I don't have anything that implements this interface. I'm using an interface here because this is just supposed to be a collection of static values, and it does, like, I could use an abstract class or something like this, but this guarantees that I'm not going to get any, like, instantiation of this, right? So, here, where is this called? Right here. Because they are static, it doesn't matter whether you have the interface implemented or not. You can access it by just using standard dot notation because the string in the interface is always going to be public and static and final. So it's not going to matter if it's implemented or not, because it's inherent to the class, the interface class, and not to any specific implementation. Right, because interfaces themselves can't have like member variables because interfaces they don't have members. They're just a contract that defines what something can do. So in here you would just do interface name dot whatever you're looking at. In this case, this is a string array called aspect dist. But yeah. Right, and this class doesn't implement it, but like it doesn't implement this. But again, the strings, the constants, like variables, quote unquote, defined in an interface are constants, static constants. That answer your question there? Doesn't work for me though. Oh, well, that's interesting. I'm a complete Java noob. The only other thing I could think of is your other class doesn't have like access to view the string. But given it's implementing the interface, it should be able to. When I do the interface and dot, it only shows the function I have in there. And if you do the constant, does it like give you a syntax error or compilation error or something? Let me just to make sure we're all on the same page here. Let me make a little text file here. So let's say you have an interface. We'll just call it A, right? If you declare a string array, we'll call it foo, and it's just going to have bar in it, like whatever, right? Actually, call this foo. It works out. I think you did a mistake. No worries. Honestly, that's part of doing Java is kind of learning, right? But yeah, if your interface is like this, and you have some other class, and it implements foo, it doesn't matter if it implements foo or whatever. At some point in the class, wherever it is, maybe you're deep within a method or whatever, you just do foo dot strings, right? And then you can do whatever else you want to do with it. Right? Because this is inherently public, static, and final. You don't need these keywords here because it is implied that it is public, static, and final. It always has to be, which means you can always access it through anything. So long as, of course, this class has visibility of the foo interface. So if they're in the same package, then yeah, if they're like package private, or if the interface is public, that also works. Hopefully it works for you. Hopefully you get it working. It works now. Good, good. That's great to hear. Always glad that you got it working. Just gotta work on making the next thing work now. Oh, if I don't know that sentiment, that's not how you spell relevant. Boy, do I know that sentiment. What kind of mod am I making? Aha, well, let me give you a little bit of a description here. It's basically D&D style damage system in Minecraft. So you damage something, it has a whole bunch of damage types associated with it, like maybe it's bludgeoning and slashing, and you can break it up. Like a wooden sword can be half bludgeoning, half slashing. And then mobs have resistances to those types, and that determines how much the damage gets reduced and stuff. And then armor can have a certain effectiveness rating against those types, which also determines how much that armor is effective at blocking that types of damage. So it's D&D style damage types, but made a lot more complicated because it's not like a simple tabletop RPG. And there's a couple of other stuff too. And the base system works. I'm adding a whole bunch of integration with other mods. So a mod like Tinker's Construct, where you can swap the blade material of your sword, that can change the damage distribution. I have stuff like that. I have compatibility with Electroblob's wizardry for their spells, and I'm currently working on Thaumcraft for its spells, but I'm running into a couple of roadblocks. Basically, I'm keeping track of the kind of aspects related to the spell, but now this is clearly not returning true, which means what, dude? Unless that's empty. I have no idea. So there's a couple of things here. No, it shouldn't be empty. We just established that it's not empty. What if it's removed after the fact? That would be annoying, wouldn't that be? So this tracker tracks the aspects. That's done at the end of the focus package, which is after all the damage is dealt. But maybe not. I need to check how many calls we have here. And only remove the tracked aspects on the last call. Okay. I doubt this is a problem, but... let's make a new hash map. And then on track aspects, we do this dot call depth dot compute attempts to compute a mapping for the specified key in its current mapped value. Yeah. So the key is going to be the UUID. The remapping function is going to take the current integer. Wait, what happens if it doesn't have a key mapped? It's null, right? Default implementation is equivalent to performing the following steps. Wait. Message merge. Oh, I probably want merge. Its specified key is not already associated with a value or is associated with null, associates it with the given non-null value, which would be 1, otherwise replaces the associated value with the results of the given remapping function. So this would be this would be this would be... it's a by function? Can I just do integer sum? Otherwise replaces the associated value with the results of the given remapping function or removes if the result is null. This method may be used when combining multiple mapped values for a key. For example, to either create or append a string message, we do that. The default implementation is equivalent to performing the following steps for this map, then returning the current value or null if absent. So we get the old value. If the old value is null, then the new value is a value. Otherwise, we combine it with the old value and the new value. So it's going to be, it's just going to be incrementing it by 1, right? So now here we do reverse this dot call depth dot merge. The same thing. The value is -1, however, and the remapping function is still integer sum. This is how. So now we can know how deep we are because this thing is called recursively. So now I know how deep I am in the call stack. And this should return... what do you return? Return the new value associated with the specified key, or null if no value is associated with the key. So this... if... wait, I don't even need to do this. I can do if this thing is 0. In other words, so when we track the aspects, we go to 1. Then, when we're trying to remove the tracked aspects at the end of the focus package call, we're going to go down to 0. However, if we try to track aspects multiple times, we're going to keep track of all that and not remove it until we have this. Whoops. This. I doubt this makes much of a difference, but at least here I can now verify that the aspects are only going to be added at the beginning, and the aspects are only going to be removed at the end of the focus package when it's run, because that thing is called recursively. So if we contain the key, we count before, but if we contain the key, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we put all this and we debug the aspects. Then, when we remove it, we subtract. If it's 0, then we remove everything. And also, I can, just for the sake of clarity, we can remove this from the map. Just so that I know that merging is going to work the exact same way. I mean, it'll be 0, so it's not like it matters, because it'll be 0 and then we'll add 1 to it, but whatever. Just for a sanity check. Now, that still doesn't explain shit, because I'm pretty sure that's not going to explain why this is not working. Indirect source is the caster. The true source is the caster. I need to debug something out here. Let's debug out Thaumcraft focus tracker dot get instance dot has tracked aspects for source dot get true source. Ah, wait, but the true source should be in any living base. The target should equal the immediate source. That much is like guaranteed. I can't like debug this because I can't hook this up to a debugger, which is really annoying. I guess I could maybe hook it up to a debugger. I think I learned a way that I could maybe hook this up to a debugger, which maybe I want to do at some point, because that might be helpful. But as of right now, I can't do that. Thaumcraft focus tracker get instance has tracked aspects for the true source, which is the thing. Because this is an entity, so we just have to do this. If it's that, then we can return that, right? Otherwise, we can return false. Completely over-engineered and still shitty calculator done. When that's always one of the first couple things you do. You make a calculator, right? And I'll have you know, when I, like, back in high school, when I had to make a calculator, I over-engineered the heck out of it because I was having fun with it, right? If you're having fun making it and you're over-engineering the heck out of a calculator, I think it's fine because it's a calculator. It's not it's not an app that anyone's really gonna use, because if you need a calculator, you're gonna use your phone or you're gonna type it into Google or whatever, right? This is just it's just a kind of a challenge, right? Of like trying to do it. And so I think over engineering a calculator is a great way to explore stuff. I over engineered it because the exercise says so. Okay, well there's that too. But I think it's fun to over engineer something like that because it gives you an opportunity to like explore Java, right? So if you're, I'm assuming probably that it has a GUI, so you're probably using Spring, right? I feel like Spring is probably the easiest way to set up a lot of that, at least for like an assignment like that. 5 classes and 1 interface just for that, where they have to be separated by spaces. Interesting. And 1 interface for just that? Well, okay, if you wanted to go crazy, you could have, if you had an interface, that's interesting, command line interface for it, and for 5 classes and 1 interface. If you broke up each individual operation into an interface or some kind of thing, then that's definitely over-engineered, that's for sure. Each operation is a class. Each operation should just be this. Because this just adds 2 float values together, right? Like, or I assume you're probably using doubles instead of floats, but just double dot sum. You make a class, right? I mean, if you really want to over-engineer it, you have an abstract class, and it's an operation. And then it just you just have a like an abstract double which returns the result, and it takes 2 doubles, double A, double B. This is extremely over-engineered, but also no floats, integers. Oh, it's ints. Okay, well, same thing. And then this here extends, or sorry, no, this implements something else. This implements a by function. Which takes an integer, well, actually no, not by function. A binary operator on integers. And then this I guess this is like a public double result. And then this just returns this dot apply AB. Which means you actually don't even need that. But basically you have a var here, and this is your operator. And this operator is just going to be a binary operator, which is just it takes 2 integers, it gives you an integer. And then for each one, you have like class addition, and it extends the operation. And then you provide an implementation, which is basically just the op is the op is just like integer sum. And then it just applies this dot op dot apply AB. And its implementation of the apply here is just this. Didn't do integer sum. I don't know. Obviously this is like incredibly over-engineered, and you don't need to do any of this, right? And I'm not saying you should do this, right? The way you did it is probably fine. But like, if you were to over-engineer it, that's how you do it. That is a way it could be done. It's been a while since I've seen some use Eclipse. So I use Eclipse for this because I kind of learned a lot of Java on Eclipse, so I'm very comfortable with the interface. And I'm also using like Java 8 here, and I don't know, like Eclipse seems to be working well with it. I don't want to I do have IntelliJ, which I use. I have a more modern mod called Chaos Edition, and I use IntelliJ for that because it works better. But I set this up with Eclipse, so we're using Eclipse. Right, because this is just Java 8. So it works. Int result equals first number plus second number, right? And that's exactly what you do, right? And then you just return result or whatever, right? I was using IntelliJ right now, but there's some features I still need to disable. Yeah, I've gotten really used to managing and working with Eclipse, so I feel more comfortable using it than IntelliJ, but I've started to pick up IntelliJ, and if I ever port this mod, I will probably port it using IntelliJ as opposed to Eclipse. Maybe. I make no promises for such a thing. Okay. Do this. Debug out. Whoops. What are you doing? Debug, boy. Valid conditions. Checking for aspects. And then, in here, we put another debug message. Damage caused by focus effects. I'm completely new to Java, so not having that. That's fair. Java was the first programming language that I learned, which makes me officially trilingual. I speak English, I speak a bit of French, and I speak a bit of Java. Yeah. So it's caused by focus effects. And then I'll put here debug, debug. Okay, try that. No, I don't need to save the text document. No one cares about that. It's just a text document. Want to try some Minecraft modding as well. Yeah, and if you're gonna do Minecraft modding, you're using Java, right? Like, I mean, I guess you could technically use Kotlin. I think some mods are written in Kotlin, but just use Java. Now, call me old-fashioned, right? And with me saying use Java, but it I feel like it's probably easier than trying to use Kotlin. Yeah, Fabric supports Kotlin. And Kotlin is just Java but different. So again, call me old-fashioned, but you know, use Java. NeoForge, I haven't written any more mods using NeoForge, so I don't know too much about it. I know about Fabric and regular Forge because this is for 1.12, so it's using Forge. But NeoForge is just Forge but new, so it's probably not that much different. I think the difference is with Fabric and like those mod loaders, it's very flexible, but you're given very little. You're given enough to basically do what you need to do, and it's just like go have fun, right? Whereas with Forge and probably NeoForge, I'm suspecting, there's a little bit more available to you to work with. There's like built-in events and other stuff that exist there, and there's some existing infrastructure. Right, but Fabric is kind of on its own. I mean, there's a couple of things that it provides, but not much. You're kind of just left to your own devices, whereas Forge gives you a couple toys to play with. Exactly. Fabric keeps it small to make it easier to update. Forge is a little bit more substantial, I think. I feel like that's the difference. Now, I've never checked Forge to actually like verify this, but this is what my intuition tells me. So build this again, because I don't know if I built since I did this. And go into here, disable first aid. Actually, where'd my curse forge go? No, I don't care. Open this thing, and then disable first aid. Because perhaps first aid is preventing the death message. If first aid is preventing the death messages, then I will shed tears, but that's how that works. I feel like that's probably how that is happening. Because I'm thinking when like a crucial body part gets knocked down to 0, you're not actually at 0, and so then it just kills you. But it kills you in a way where like it doesn't actually like set the corresponding damage type, and so it can't actually DDD can't actually spit out that information. Which means I might need to have some more listening and figuring out stuff to do that. I don't know. Probably an on death, just like copy it over or something. I don't know. I'm gonna watch some more tutorials. That sounds very good, very good. Educate yourself. All right. I'm gonna check to see if this works. If I get any sort of useful information out of any of this. Which means I need to check 2 things. A, I gotta use the Thaumcraft spell. B, I gotta get myself killed. If I get a death message, if I get myself killed, then I know it's a first aid thing. If I don't, then I know it's a me thing. I really don't want it to be a me thing. And after that, and given how it's close to 2:30, I will probably wrap soon, basically after I test this, so I can get some lunch. Dude, you're taking forever. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's first aid stuff, but that's fine. Okay, bye. Alright, now check this. Check the logs. What do the logs say? What do the logs say? They still say built-in fire, which of course you do. Aspects Vitium. Ignis Vitium. Ignis Vitium. Ignis. Did I not tell it to not do? Where's my what? Focus package to get caster, you lady. It's not like that changes. And it should return because we have the key. It should put it the first time, but not after that. Unless it's a different huh. Who's the target? Because you select the thing there, you set the new context. That's out of world stuff. Okay, so this, we have the aspects. The selected predefined distribution is built-in fire. Why? Well, I know why it's picking that, but why is it picking that first? It shouldn't. But it's not, it didn't say valid conditions checking for aspects, which means a couple things. A, either the target does not equal the immediate source, which I think it does. Here the attacker, there is no attacker. Wait, that medium, that thing. I think it's, yeah, okay. Projectile. You create an entity focus projectile, and then this entity focus projectile on impact. What do you do? Right, I need focus effect fire. That's probably what I want to look at. Attack entity from entity source indirect. Package that get caster, set fire damage. Yeah, no, it sets it to this. There's the indirect entity, which is the true source, which is what I'm checking here. So why is this not working? Alright, well, I don't know why it's not working. Do this. Come on, dude. Spell the freaking thing right. Summon a cave spider. Set my game mode. How am I doing? This. This. Welcome to the stream, Eclipse. So it is a first aid thing. That's fair. Dude, I knocked you off. Alright, well, whatever, that worked. So, the death message thing works. Wherever it was. Death message thing works. The other Thaumcraft thing not working, that I cannot figure out. Does the spellbat thing still work? Actually, let me check the spellbat thing. Go up, select that one. That was really awkward. Summon the cave spider, get the spellbat, and then, what does it say? Does it say, it should say, select a predefined distribution is a Thaumcraft focus, valid condition, checking for the aspect. Okay, so it does that. For some reason, with this one, it doesn't, though. What? There you go. I've meant to ask if you have the logs from the Chaos Edition stuff, because I keep meaning to follow up on that. Because this distribution, it sets it to that, so it should be that. I shall see if I can find them. No worries. No worries. Actually, you know what? You know what? Get this. Get the Ignis crystal. Get the Modus crystal. Get the... I think that's it. I think that's all I need. Put this in here. Set this to a projectile, and then set it to fire. I don't have the levels. Okay, have that do its thing, and then we'll check that. Oh, wow, that was fast. Okay, check this thing. If this works, I don't need this. Then it's something with splitting it that's causing a problem. And that wouldn't surprise me. No! Stop running away! Can you stop dodging? Who fell out of the world? Oh, you fell out of the world. Okay, check that. What do you say? You say still built-in fire. Okay. So now get another focus. Get another focus. Get the Vitium crystal. Get another Modus one. Make a thing over here. We're just gonna do projectile, and we're going to do flux. Okay, bye. Can you, like, hurry up? There you go. And this should be Force Necrotic and Psychic, but I have Psychic set as hidden because I do. So now this launches that. And it sets it to that. So now, it might just be the fire thing that's causing a problem. Get me an air crystal, get me a Viz crystal, get me a Modus crystal. I might need another crystal to set thing, but whatever. Set it to split. No. Projectile first as the medium. Projectile, and then split. And then, not fire. Air, and then flux. Craft that. Okay, wait for this to finish. Hurry up. Never mind, don't need to worry about that. It worked. Okay. Spell distribution should be 50% bludgeoning, 20% force, 50% necrotic, 50% psychic. Okay? Yeah, alright. Do that. Switch to this. And then, it is still a projectile. Now, if this does correct damage, then it's just a fire focus. I don't think it's the fire focus. What are you saying the damage output is for this? Where's... Okay, so here. We have Vitium Air, but you say fire is a selected predefined distribution. Interesting. Okay, so... It's a bunch of baloney. It has something to do with how I'm analyzing the focus package. If the focus package doesn't split and we're not calling it recursively, it works fine. Except for the fact that it's still selecting built-in fire, but okay. So there's some more to this. It's not as simple as I hate you. Get out of here. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's not as simple as just doing this. Okay. Well. That's good, that's good. That means that... Okay, well, the mix-ins work, but there's a problem with first aid. Mix-ins work. The tooltips, that works. It's just the testing it, because it doesn't quite work well. All right, so that's going to have to wrap it for me. I'm good. I've made a note of that. Things have technically happened. All right. Well, it was a pleasure. Of course, if you are new and you want to know when I go live, be sure to drop a follow. And if you want to know updates on either my mods or anything relating to the stream, you can always pop into the Discord and get all that information. You can select the Twitch role or the roles related to whatever mod you're interested in. And with that, I'm gonna have to get going, cause yeah, it's I'm done. All right. Thank you everyone for coming by.